Hello.
Oh, where's my water? I need a water. There we go. Now I got a bottle of water. Now I got the bottle of water. Alrighty then. So, getting better at this, getting back into the groove of things, getting the stream started, getting the different posts out there of saying, "Hey, I'm online. Hey, I'm streaming. You should go check me out." Got all that sorted out. So now I'm here. We still got like another like 8 or 10 minutes to go before it actually gets to 6 o'clock. So, hi everyone. For those of you that are early, welcome. Happy Wednesday. We're halfway through the hands? Yeah, cool. We're halfway through the week. And oh my goodness, I just wanted to be the weekend again. This is the thing. I liked the time when I wasn't streaming and such like that. Like, sure, there was a little bit of me that was like, I kind of wish I, could play this. Like, I will be real with you. Like, I've only been off of break for like the last 3 days from streaming, and during that break, I was just trying to fix a PC. Hi there, Goldie. I was still working full time, and there was definitely 1 or 2 days where I was just sort of like, I just want to eat something. And I did do those things, which was, probably not all that great in regards to blah 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 blah, 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 great in the pursuit of losing weight and what have you. I'm kind of like I'm kind of losing steam with it. I'll be real with you. Like, getting down to, 90. I'm right now back to like 90, 91 kilograms, which isn't too great. So, you know, gonna be on the shake diet for a little bit more. I want to try and get to like, 24% body fat or less. That's where I want to be before I start trying to transition out from, drinking majority of my meals as shakes and moving over to, actual square meals and what have you. And, you know, having those weird days where I have the one meal not be a shake, but instead some like hugely like caloric heavy thing probably is not doing justice to the whole weight loss. I did it yesterday with I go to trivia nights on Tuesdays. Normally, if I was on my diet break or what have, or not diet break, but if I was on my two shakes one meal thing on Tuesday nights, which is the trivia night, I would normally end up getting, a Thai beef salad or something like, something smaller and not as caloric heavy. But I'm gonna be real with you, the RSL we go to, the Thai beef salad has not gotten better. They've changed it and it's now worse. So I have now been going to other kinds of foods. And last night's one, I went for a pizza and a side of chips, of all things. And they don't give you like, 4 slices of a mini pizza. They give you 8 slices of a full-sized pizza. I probably didn't need to go for a full-sized pizza, but I still ate it. Despite all the weight I've lost, still got it in me to like, just chow down on whatever like giant meal I wanted. So yeah, still got that in me. Lol, exactly. Yeah. How many pizzas do you like? Do you think you can go through? Do you, like actually? Where do you think you are on average with pizza slices? Do you go through an entire pizza by yourself? Let's say a Domino's pizza. Do you go through the entire Domino's pizza, all 8 slices by yourself? Or are you more of a, I can only take like, 2 or 3 pieces or something like that? I'm kind of curious where some of my viewers are on that one. I would like to think that I'm not the only one here that is going for, a chunky 8 slices of pizza in one sitting as per usual sort of thing. You used to have 2 pizzas, now you're struggling with 2 slices.
No way.
If I was a, also the reason why I did that noise is because of, someone got banned. If I wish I was somewhere between that as well. I don't know if I would like only being able to have 2 slices of pizza, but I would love to be in a state where I can stop myself from eating the entire pizza. I have to really consciously think of the fact of like, no, I need to stop eating. Like, I need to, I can't just, my body doesn't naturally tell me to stop eating, and I don't have it in my brain normally to be like, I've had like 3 or 4 slices, I should probably stop there. It's like, if I can eat an entire pizza, and there's an entire pizza in front of me, I'm gonna eat that pizza. You can't stop me. So, yeah, it was really tempting as well. Like on my way back home today to like order something as well. Like this shake diet has like, 3rd time I'm doing it and such like that. And for whatever reason, like I am way less not brain power, way less what's the word? What is the word I'm thinking of? The thesaurus, come on. Discipline, that's the word. There's not as much discipline in me as there was the last few times I did the shake diet. Like, I'm usually really, really good with the shake diet, where it's like I can go 2 months to 3 months of like, not breaking it or anything like that. Whereas with this one, I lasted like 2.5 weeks before I started picking up other foods and snacks and what have you. Willpower is probably a good one as well. Fair on that one, Lord Secret Spy. So yeah, I need to try and like gain back willpower or something like that, so I'm not doing like especially as we go closer and closer into spring and what have you, because in Australia there's an event that goes off in Australia. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving or Halloween here in Australia. Well, there's some people that celebrate Halloween in Australia, but it's not like a national thing, and we don't have Thanksgiving celebrated here in Australia. But what we do have, it's like November 1st, or it's always like the first Tuesday of November. It's one of those weird days, so it's not constantly on the same day in November. It's just, oh, whatever is the first Tuesday in November. We have an event called Melbourne Cup. It is a race with horses. There's like twice as many horses on the field or some bullshit. So many people, even if they're not interested in horse racing, will dress up, be all fancy, and be like, oh yes, it's the Melbourne Cup. And some of them even gamble. It's kind of crazy like that. For you try and explain to an Australian, hey, maybe you shouldn't be gambling this often. They'll think they're like, oh, this isn't often. What are you talking about? So there is a brain, come on, you can do this. There is, so during that event, work also takes part in it as well, like the Melbourne Cup, and they will normally, give out champagne and like, there's a snack thingy-madiggy. I want to enjoy that day when it comes around. So I don't want to be on like the intensive shake diet forever. I don't want to be on the shake diet forever. I remember my boss, like, during a one-on-one was like, hey, you're probably always going to struggle with your weight, which, I don't like, 100% appreciate, like, I understand the sentiment. I understand, like, maybe they're trying to be like, hey, don't feel too bad if you go back onto it or something like that. But, like, I don't know, something about the phrasing just wasn't 100% for me. Also, hi there, Het. Welcome to the stream. Good work on the 51% himbo rating. But yeah, like, I don't want to struggle with my weight all the time. I understand that I probably will, like, just because, the lack of exercise I normally do, the activities I like, the foods I love to eat, like, realistically, I am probably always going to have, weight problems, like, realistically speaking. But, a vape? Bruh, don't get me close with that crap. Eh. Here is an idea for a reward. What about one where we just wipe my face? What? Like, you're gonna need to explain yourself a little bit more. What do you mean wipe my face? You got the big head pats. That's kind of close. I reckon wouldn't that be enough? I thought that would be enough, quite frankly. But yeah, brain, where are you? But yeah, like, at some point, I would like to not have to think about, what it is that I'm eating, or that if I need to go back onto a diet or anything like that at some point. I would like to have, like, some sort of normalcy where it's like, it doesn't matter, like, what the highs and lows are. I'm still, at a reasonable weight or something like that. Who knows? Maybe I will get to that when I, get off the shakes at like 85, 84 kilos, and then, I get into normal rhythm by ordering my food from like Coles and picking it up and what have you, even if they're ready cooked meals and what have you. But, hopefully, maybe then. Like with a hand, but then just stroke over your face. You actually don't know how to explain. Like, it's a weird redeem you're talking about of like, oh, wiping my face. I don't know. It's very tempting stealing the idea from Sashera where I like suck a helium balloon or something like that. Or maybe doing a pitch shift when I get dehimboed. That's the interesting thing from you viewers. I don't get, but aren't fairies weird? Yes, they are. Like, I'm weird. But also, I'm not neurotypical, so that could also be the reason why. Like, I have, like, all these different redeems of, like, hyper himbo, dehimbo, maid outfit, but barely do any of them get utilized. Like, I might need to, like, do I need to, like, just have, like, a couple streams where it's, like, clearing away some of the redeems and just have, like, a thing of, like, oh, hey, viewers suggest a redeem or something like that, and then I like add them in like over time again or something or other. Maybe that's something I need to do. What time is it now? 6:02. All right, so now, so yeah, by this point, there should now be like a whole ton of. Also, don't show me the viewers' Twitch. I don't appreciate it. Otherwise, I get worried that I'm not entertaining enough for the peeps that are currently here, and I'm getting paranoid. But yeah, what was there anything else I wanted to talk about? I don't know if there was something else I wanted to talk about. What about Kirby sucking on your nose, or better, Kirby eating you and becoming GrantZeebs? That would be kind. I think I've seen the Kirby like sucking on my nose. I think I've seen that GIF, like the Kirby sucking one you're talking about, Sir Dragon. The one about the, you know, Kirby eats me and I become GrantZeebs. That one sounds weird as fuck. I'm not a vor enthusiast. I understand why some people like it, but it's not my thing. Hooray, that is your second tire. Now you have a car, the keys, and 2 tires. Nice! You got yourself a motorcycle. you don't actually have a motorcycle. You know, it's the joke that matters. Alrighty then. Pause the music. We are now going back into Death Stranding. We are in a place like, let me show you the map. So this is where we are right now. Ongoing flood causing damage to the following area: Cape Fort River. So yeah, so we're here right now. We're in basically the equivalency of either South Australia or Victoria right now. These are, for lack of a better phrase, these are the snowy mountains. It's a Kirby theme. He eats things and then becomes a... No, I understand it's a Kirby thing, but I don't associate with Kirby that much. I'm not a Nintendo kid. I don't get into a lot of Nintendo such. You're fine. Don't get angsty over being entertaining. You're fine. Yeah, no, like... I like to think I am. I was just, you know, saying... Don't, like, Twitch, don't show me how many viewers I currently have. I don't want to know that stat. It is, like... It's one of those weird things where, like... If you want to, you know, be well, mentally speaking, on the internet and what have you, you need to not focus on the analytics. The internet loves giving information. I remember Hank Green was talking about this, where he started off with the phrase of, like, baby boomers is, like, the last generation who didn't have to worry about getting food on their plate. Like, baby boomers was the last generation where that was no longer a concern of like, oh, will we get enough food for the day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Like, ever since baby boomer era, we have now been able to have, you know, meals every day. Like, there isn't a shortage on food and what have you. But from that, we have also grown into, you know, learning of like, oh, it isn't enough that you have enough food. You also need to have good food. Hi there, Simba. Welcome from Mexico. I'm Grant. I'm over in Australia. That is a very big emoji you got there. Who in the world is Dante? It's their pillows. No, not the Cactar Jack. Oh, I'm glad to see that the thingamadiggy works, but not the Cactar. Darn you. But yeah, so we're in the South Australia equivalency. Oh yeah, the internet thing. So Hank Green was talking about how when we first got, like, you know, exorbitant amounts of food, we didn't think that there should be health problems because, you know, we're getting all this food. Why are we getting health problems? And it's only from, like, later on that we get nutritionists pointing out of like, oh, it isn't enough that you get enough food in the day. You also have to contend with the fact that you have to get healthy food. And he equates this to what's going on the internet. When we first got the internet, it was amazing. It was like, oh, you now have access to more information than you've ever had before. Like, there's no longer a shortage of where you can go for details, for you know, for how like how to learn about these things, or research, encyclopedias, geography. Like, there was no longer a shortage on knowledge. But as we grow up with the internet and having all this information at our fingertips and such, we're probably having a repeat of the food in history, which is, it's no longer just about getting enough information, because quite frankly, you can get too much information on the internet. And some of it is not helpful for you, actually. So what you need to deal with isn't the getting enough information, but in actuality, you need to now contend with finding out what is good information and what is bad information for you to consume. So yeah, I like from there, that's why, I try not to focus on like, oh, like how many people are viewing me during a stream, and why I don't do like a heavy focus on like what is my viewer count at the end of a stream, unless, needing to be analytical about it in like the more long-term sense. Is like, I don't want to get bogged down with information. Some info is fake too. Not just that. Like, here's the thing. Like, there is an app. My mom has this application on her phone that she uses. My mom's a health nut, by the by. She very much loves that stuff. Also amazing emojis, Simba. I'll have to have you know that I also have one of those. Look at this. Bong. I don't normally get fat on stream, though, so, like, that's the few cases of a dad bod. But anywhoosies, so, Brain. Come on, Brain. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Think, Brain. Think. My mom, she has this phone app where she's able to, she's more of a health nut than I am. She's like 50 kilos or some crazy, like, nonsense. But to be fair, she's like 5'6" or something. So she scans, like, the barcode or, whatever food she has, and it gives her, like, a scale of, like, oh, is this healthy or is this not? It tells her about additives, it tells her about the portions, and yada yada. I had a look at this application, and I was like, okay, what's it like for my current diet, where I've gone to a dietitian. I have gone to a dietitian for my shake diet. It is appropriate for me, for a short period of time, to have all 3 of my meals be a shake. It's helped me lose weight and maintain the nutrition that I need. So I go and check this app, and it tells me how poor the diet shake packets are, because they're like, oh, it has all these additives. It has too much of these nutrients, or, too little of that. And I'm like, my brother in Christ, like that has been the example I can think of too much information. Like, yes, it's great that you're telling us about all of these different additives that can be present in your food, or that it might have, not enough of the nutrients you might be looking for, but it's all digital noise. You don't need to know all these things. So, oh, also we can change our outfit, which will probably be a good idea. Junji Ito features an illustration. It has an anti-BT effect, making it easier to affect from gazers and watchers. Sure. And then that's Dollman's outfit. And then we've got, all this cool stuff. I like the stickers. Oh, we can change from... Let's see. Design... wearing the hood makes you feel like an otter, greatly improving swimming abilities. Reduces stamina drain in the heat. And then we've got all these different kinds of glasses. Deadmans, we got Pinos, and we got these. Those are regular glasses, and then those are whatever shutter glasses those are. Alright. So yeah. You like the severe ones. Radio. Alright, let me just go to the bathroom / shower, because I can't remember if I did that or not. Oh, there's Hartman. So yeah, so it's difficult, like, trying to manage, the information you consume and what have you. And, like, we're only now coming to terms with the fact of, oh, maybe the internet gives you too much. And it's like, how do you balance it? How do you make sure that you're not picking up too much information? Alright, drink some tea. Just chugging 3 cans of tea back to back. And then all these guys. There we go. Alrighty, alright, let's head to the surface. But no, hopefully I'm entertaining for you, Simba.
Sam.
Yeah.
Hi, Rainy.
I have another question for you. This one's a little bit harder than the first one.
Uh-huh. Oh! Oh, it's one of these! Okay, so we're trying to make a 3x3 block. And we need... So we've got, like... So we got the 2 L's. Okay, so I'm trying to... I need to visualize this, chat. I need to visualize this. If you want... Alright, so... Got that block there. You could rotate the second one. So then that way you've got... Ding ding donk. Ah, but then it cuts off the tile at the bottom, which wouldn't be appropriate. So... Alright, so what you do instead is... Okay. So maybe if you do it. And then... So... That would best fit. I don't know what that says, Simba. You're gonna need to say that in English, please. Okay, so if I just combine those together right now, and then it's an intermediate difficulty. Okay, so... Because if I don't think the top one would be appropriate. And then the one on the left... Let's see. Like, the one on the left doesn't do it. The one on the... It's either the one on the right or the one on the bottom. Oh, God. So it's a 2x2x3. And then... I have no fucking clue. So... I don't like... Like, do I get multiple chances? So... Because I'm imagining I need to somehow, like, fill the bottom here at the very least. So, because those two could maybe go there. You know which one it is, Het? Which one is it? Because, like, I think it's either the bottom or the one on the right. I think it's one of those two. I don't know why, but I feel like it needs to be, like, that weird sort of shape. Oh, that might do... No, that might... No, wait, was that... Would it be the ball? Like, let's... What am I getting wrong? You think it's the right one? Yay! Do they explain it?
Have a safe trip, Sam.
Cool.
Do they not explain it to me? I just had to take a guess? I was kind of hoping they would explain it to me after I selected the answer. Why don't I get explanations? Also, really fucking bright snow, Jesus. Alrighty. Alright. Now I gotta pick up a package from the, blah 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 blah, from the adventure. Jake the Pan... Oh, is that the name of the person with the emojis? Alright. Alright. Deliver the chiral decontaminators and sedatives to the eastern Oh my god, it's all the way up there. Alright. So... It looks like there was some sort of pathing forged there. So maybe driving through there? Maybe that will do it? So, like, we go, like, here to there, and then we get to here, driving along this ridge here, getting over this crest, and then getting... So then that way we need to be on that side. I reckon that's what we need to do. Place on the cargo. Alright, hang on. So, blood bag. Recycle. One, a climbing anchor, level 2, level 2. Let's recycle those trekking boots. And then we just got a random rubber pizza for whatever reason. Trekking boots. And then we don't really need another lad. And then, oh, we got boost. Then we got bokeh. So boost gives us an extra 80 kilograms. Bokeh gives us 120. And then we got climbing gloves, which will honestly be good. Fuck it, let's get the bokeh skeleton. Alright, so attach you to the boot clip. Equip that skeleton. And put on the climbing gloves. And this is a boost skeleton, so we're gonna recycle you. Alrighty then. 230 memory available. Augmented motion scanner, emergency vehicle, faster order preparation, improved coffin board, flood warnings, an extended light window. Adds a mode to the which reduces its overall in order to increase the range. Yeah, let's turn you on. Improved fire rate. Yep, let's go with those. Alright.
Order accepted. Thank you.
And then we've got a vehicle here. Alright. Lucky vehicle. Alright. So we're gonna be going this way. Hang on. So.
Commencing route creation.
And then... Ooh, okay. Okay, so...
Delivery route finalized.
Alright, let's go. Let's see how we do. I reckon we'll get this.
Wowzer!
Alright. First one. Hi there, Fleet Admiral. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. We're giving Death Stranding 2 a run. Yeah, I know I'm a little bit behind from like everyone else doing it and what have you. Also, this gave me like a pickup notification. Alright. Lots of... So yeah, so we're making our way over to the Eastern Environmental Observatory over there.
What's that one?
Although, for whatever reason, my guy is picking up all these different kinds of packages. So, 24-hour stream? No, not a 24-hour stream. I'm not one of those suspiciously wealthy furs that gets to, you know, play video games all day. Like, I don't get to be one of those. I am merely a, I'm a full-time worker outside of streaming, so I can put like 3, maybe 4 hours into streaming, frankly, before I have to like call it a night or call it a day and get on with, like, you know, either catching up on sleep or whatever it is that I'm trying to do. Avalanche is expected. Oh shit. Where the fuck is that avalanche expected?
Look out!
What's that one?
Oh shit! Okay, let's get out of that. That was... avoided that.
Now leaving chiral network coverage.
Alrighty. Man, it is so much easier going through the snow with a, No, don't bunk my mods, Fleet Admiral. You don't get to do that, alright? Who are you to just waltz in here and try and do that nonsense? Alright, looks like there's some infiltration. There we go. Thin air, it will drain Sam's consciousness. Try eating a cryo bite if it looks like you're going to pass out. Noted. Noted.
Okay.
Also, let me use the cargo management, so... Oh wait, no, those guys are fine. I need to put that in the offloader. There we go. And now I'm gonna try and pick up the chiral thingamadingy. Fleet Admiral, stop it. You do not get to roleplay doing anything to my moderators, okay? That is not appropriate behavior. You can come up with something else for the chat. You can engage with the other viewers. You can ask questions. Alright. Damn, raise your fridge. You're moving your way to a timeout, and let me tell you, friend. Okay, there we go. Review. Alrighty, so... doesn't look like there's any other packages we need to worry about, so... let's get back down. Whee! That was fun. Alright. Is this better in all caps? You're getting smart with me. You getting wise with me? Using all caps? Easy. We've done the majority of the travel already, so... yeah, this is the equivalent of snowy mountains in Australia. If you ever had like a curiosity, so I can chat in all caps like this. No. You know what? Where is it? Ding. How do we do this? Duration, reason. Dong. Duration. Let's get... What's 5 minutes? 360? Yeah, let's get 300. Actually, nah, let's just do it 2 minutes. 120 seconds. Dang.
Shit, nah.
There we go. Meow. Easy. There we go. Okay, do not crash. Yeah. There we go. But yeah, this. So in Australia, snowy mountains go along. So this probably doesn't do it a really good job, but the idea is that the snowy mountains go from the northern, so they go from like the west side of Queensland, cutting their way down into New South Wales. That's kind of the direction they take. It's like, you know, a huge, it's a mountain like range is what it is. So it's kind of this huge separator from like the East Coast, where a majority of Australians live, to, you know, the rest of Australia. 90% of Australians live on the southeast of Australia. There is a whole ton of us. All right, let's hand you in. The Great Dividing Range. I think that's honestly, that might be what it's called. I'm not 100, I can't 100% remember, but good call, Lord Secret Spy. Yay, no damage. All right, and you in, and also give you the extra stuff that we found along the way that was lost in transit. Hello.
You actually made it here. Or am I just imagining things?
It's cold outside, Sir Dragon. I need my shirt.
Of yours.
Why would you do this to me?
You kept this in incredible condition, man. Truly the work of a master porter.
Yeah.
Look at you, handling all
There
these
we go.
jobs.
750 points. There we go. Ah, almost got 2 stars.
For this moment.
Why is it so hard to get 2 stars from you?
Use your Cupid to get me online.
Okay, you don't sound happy. Why don't you sound happy, dude? Like, is it just because you're, like, up in the middle of bumfuck nowhere equivalency? Maybe that's why. Alright. We got a new strand connection with Ridge Frost. Really? A man at an environmental observatory which is found on the ridges of a snowy mountain, and they call him Ridge Frost. Quite on the nose indeed, good sir.
Thank you for the Hyper Himbo Omega Platinum. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I remember talking about how, like, earlier on, the thing of, Brain. You can do this. Where are you going? No, backwards is not fine, Fleet Admiral. You wanna... Where the fuck is the... There. Okay, so it's under the Twitch category. There we go. Ding. Ding. Do not enable that. Oh, actually, no, I can just, you know, disable that, and then keep that enabled. No. Do I want to do it for Thingamajiggy? I think I do. Do I want it 600 seconds? That's like 10 minutes. Like, what's the phrase? Giving me lip. Is that enough for it? I don't know if it is the thing. This is why I need, like, moderators in my chat besides me. Peeps that, like, do all this stuff. Hey, an oxygen mask! Looks really fucking spooky having, like, just a visor thing, but...
Now displaying your current order grade.
But yeah. Also, no backwards. Just write normally, please. Like how Lord Secret Spy has been writing, or as how Het has been writing earlier.
Alright. Connected to the network. Which means I can finally start fixing up this observatory. In case you haven't heard, we've been seeing an increase in chiral density in every region as the network has expanded. More instances of strange phenomena outside network coverage, too. And I've been told this is indicative of plate gate emergence. You know, after being alone all this time, I wasn't sure I'd be able to stay the course. Till you arrived with that life-saving cargo. Should be all set to hold down the fort now. Not exactly a one-man job, but I'll do my team proud. Oh, I've shared schematics for an oxygen mask with you.
Very
That'll
helpful,
help you
thank
stay active in areas where the air's thin. Personally, I'd recommend you wear one at all times when you're in my neck of the woods.
What are you monitoring up here?
Tar current fluctuations and whatnot. Mostly in the eastern part of the continent and elevated regions. Going forward, I'll also be paying very close attention to signs of plate gate emergence. Unfortunately, the chiral cloud layer has been gradually descending ever since I got here. Everyone was suffering from exposure, and I'm the only one who stuck around. You're the first friendly face that I've seen in a minute.
Well, I best be off. I know what you just said, how I was a friendly face, but I've got other deliveries that I need to do. Hyper GrantZeebs must deliver everywhere around Australia, not just where Peculiar Knob and all those other silly places. You ever looked in Tasmania? They have crazy fucking names. They got places such as Penguin Cooey, Misery Knob, Ass Ear,
In any case,
the Paps,
come visit me here
Bottom Hole,
sometime.
Piss Pot Creek,
It's a lot to ask folks to make the
Wet
trip
Bay,
regular basis.
someplace called the
That's
Nipples.
why I'm hoping I can offer you stuff that'll be of use in hazardous conditions like these. Keep on keeping on, man. And thanks again for all your help.
This is the President, Sam.
Hello, Mr.
Chiral
President.
network coverage has just passed the 75% milestone here in Australia.
Hey,
The
that's
next leg of
reporters.
your journey will take you to the southern part of the continent. Once the remaining regions have been integrated into the network, the manifestation of a new plate gate is all but guaranteed. Marshal your strength to overcome the final hurdles and make this continent whole again. We're all counting on you.
Sam, Rainey's not doing so great. It might be more of a mental than a physical issue, but I'm honestly not sure. Do you remember the doctor from the Motherhood? We think she should be able to help ease Rainey's anxieties. It was Tommen's idea. We already reached out, and she said we could come visit anytime. Since the Motherhood's within the Chiron network, we can use the Magellan to travel there. Once you've made it back to the ship, just head to your private room and settle in. You can use the trip to catch up on sleep. But if there's anything you need to take care of before we depart, now would be the time to do so.
Sam,
Oh,
I'm contacting you via a different protocol. This private
okay.
mode affords me a direct connection to you alone. It seems Drawbridge has reason to suspect that APAC may have been involved in the production of ghost mechs. This possibility concerned me as well, so I conducted my own investigation and reaffirmed that APAC's underlying technologies are iterations of an older Bridges framework. What I'm getting at, Sam, is that the guilty party is not APAC, but Bridges. which is to say the UCA may also have some involvement with ghost mech production. This would perhaps explain why firearms and other weapons have become commonplace on the Australian continent. The UCA's precursor, the United States of America,
Australia is
had a
not a
prominent gun
gun-heavy
culture.
place.
Though Americans first took up arms to liberate themselves from British colonial rule, they retained the right to bear arms so that they might defend themselves against future government tyranny. APAC has no such designs, of course, but Higgs has used factories to obtain weapons in an attempt to subjugate the continent through violent action. And so, the people of Australia have, in response, been forced to take up arms in self-defense. A distinctly American philosophy, and one which would appear to have spread to this continent. The more we seek to unite the people with metaphorical ropes, the more essential sticks seem to become. This particular situation is one that I feared might come to pass, which is precisely why I determined that it must not be the UCA, but a civilian organization which takes the lead in expanding chiral infrastructure. But if the UCA is indeed somehow implicated in these events, it may dramatically alter the calculus. I realize it must be vexing not knowing what to believe, Sam. Should I learn more, I'll contact you at once. For my part, I have a favor to ask. I must insist you not disclose that we've been in direct contact. There's no telling who may be involved with what at this stage.
And you suspect whoever it is that I talk with.
Well done.
Ooh. Deliver the ghost mech cargo to the aeronautical... Interesting! Okay. So we go all the way down here, pick up the ghost mech thing, and then we make a long drive up here. Okay. I like that idea. First and foremost, grab my views, and then connected to the hood. Sufficient battery. The mask will provide a steady supply of oxygen reducing the rate at which the salmon is drained. Yes, please. Alrighty, so we're gonna place it in the backpack. And we're gonna put the mask on you. Alright. Let's head out.
Order accepted.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
I will always support you. I will always support you.
It's you. I need a favor from you. It was too out of it to realize who you were when you rescued me in the snowy mountains, but now I figured it out. You're the one who rescued me from the armed surveillance and brought me to the dozer. Can't believe you saved me twice. What a hero. Anyway, I need your help. There's some cargo addressed to me that I'd like to fetch. I don't mind which cargo you bring me first. I'm gonna need it all. Eventually bring it, and I'll give you the super rare mask. I found it while exploring the snowy mountains. Neat. Cool mask. Don't know if I'm gonna grab it anytime soon.
But cool. No! No, 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 no! You bastard! Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Get at it from the side. No, you bastard. Serious? Alright, let's have a look. What's an alternative way to get through? It's not via that ridge. Because the most direct route is to try and get over this ridge. Alright, let's try from... And then it's snowing. Okay, maybe from that pass that's up there, maybe we'll have a better chance? Yeah, because that one's way too steep. And then that there. Yeah, so that ridge there, we can then do that. Yeah, okay. I've got to... It's not the long distance that I wanted to take, but it is better than, you know, banging my head at the wall.
Now leaving neural network coverage.
Alrighty. AI paper plane version 3. Cool. Alright, am I going the right way? Yes, I am. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, Jesus. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can get that. There we go. Because I imagine that aeronautical engineer is going to have a lot of random junk. Oh, shit. There we go. We can easily just coast our way down this hill. Alrighty. Yeah. Okay, so let's start taking it to the side like this. That way we make a much closer distance. Because that's where the distribution center is. And we want to get back down a hill in order to get to a, Oh shit, I didn't realize I was... Jesus. Oh god. I didn't realize I was going down that much of an incline. Boosting will increase your top speed, it will also increase consumption. It's important that you refrain from boosting if you need to cover long distances. Why must I be economical?
Now entering neural network coverage.
And I can see a charger there, which is actually going to be very helpful. Alright. Slowly.
Anyway, I won't take you.
And maximum charge. There we go. Alright, so we're heading to that thing. So we need to get the Ghost Mech factory cargo. And then from there, we can then make our way back to the aeronautical guy. beach water for the Pioneer. Seriously? Nothing cool from you? Okay, fine. Fuck you. I thought you would, like, give me some container, stuff, but okay.
Now leaving chiral network coverage.
Okay, cool. So there's what's-a-whoosies we need to worry about.
You get close enough to sever its umbilical cord with your blood boomerang, Sam?
Oh, okay, hang on. Alright, so there's the Astromech's thingy-majiggy that we need. Come on, come on, come on, and... And the pickup off-roader is almost ruined, so we're gonna have to be extra careful. Yeah! Alright, so that's one out of the way.
All right, we got it. Let's deliver the cargo to the aeronautical engineer.
You up, grab you. Slow. Alright, let's not. Alright, let's see if I can put that umbilical cord. Yeah! Because we get some chiral nonsense when we do it. And by holding our breath, there we go. Alrighty. Plenty of stealthing to do. Are they ghosts? They're what's called BTs, beached things. So those guys are like, they are in a way ghosts in this universe's equivalency. Alrighty. Alrighty. Well, this thing is almost ruined, I imagine. Let me just have a look at my, cargo manager. It doesn't tell me, like, how damaged the cargo is, which is annoying. It just tells me, like, earlier on that it's like, yeah, it's basically ruined because of the what's-in-a-whoozy, Alright, now comes the fun bit where I need to try and get to that. Alrighty. It won't be impossible. Is the snow wrecking your vehicle? Yes, the snow is wrecking the vehicle. So anything coming, like stuff that falls from the sky isn't normal rain or snow. It's called time fall. And the idea is that anything it touches, like the surface, deteriorates faster than normal. The minute it's like done, like, you know, touching on the surface and what have you, though, it's everything else is, it's like it turns into water basically, especially like when you like go onto a river, for example. So, pick that up. So yeah, so it turns into water later on, but while it's falling from the sky, it's time fall, and this applies to both rain and snow. And I'm imagining like hail as well would have been, you know, a possibility. But I reckon it can't do hail because of the properties of the time fall being like, you know, rapid deterioration and all that. All right, let me just have a look at my map real quick. So yeah, so we need to get to this guy here. So what we probably need to do is actually like, you know, start curving off to the left here. Otherwise, yeah, we're gonna have problems trying to get there. Alright. Uncharted territory, that is... Yeah, alright. So, once we get past that ridge, we're probably gonna, you know, make a hard right. So, yeah, so after this rocky feature... Go... Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll go here, here, be mindful of that, and then that, and then, so we're trying to get to that guy there, which will most likely be going to here, to there. Alright, let's see how we go. That last hill will be like a major incline. I reckon we won't be able to get up there with our vehicle. So, yeah. It'll most likely Yep. Alrighty then. That is a very steep climb. And we're about to do that without a vehicle as well, so... Wish me luck. You'll keep me company, chat, right? You won't leave me out here in the middle of nowhere, out in the snow, out in the cold. Oh, hello. Deep snow. Oh yeah, deep snow too, so. Alright, let's see what we do. Gonna go for kind of a zigzag. So... Go. Good thing he's wearing a mask. Yep, we're entering into a low oxygen area, so we're gonna need that mask. Alrighty. Slowly but surely, this elevation would kill weaker men. Not me. Relatively flat. Or it's not as steep of an incline as everywhere else, so... Approaching our destination! How far away are we from our destination? 100 meters with a 71-meter incline. Oh, goodness. Old as fuck, boy. Water. There we go. Just a little quick pick me up. Yeah! Yeah! Look at us go! Alright, we're making our way. We're making our way. Although we're not doing too hot in terms of battery usage, but it's okay. Remember, Donut King, their donuts were so good. We still have Donut King here in... Wait, Donut King's not gone? What are you talking about? Donut King is still a thing, even in Australia.
Good evening, Sam. Drawbridge credentials.
There we go.
Security measures lifted. Weapons
Made it. Alright. 6% damage, 7% damage, 6%. Ah, it's a shame. But less than 10% for each of them. Would have been nice if they were less than 5%, but it is what it is. I do have donuts on my food craving list, so that is definitely something I will try and have like at some point in the future. Maybe like get Krispy Kreme donuts delivered to me or something.
I asked you to recover, I presume. I'll go ahead and take stock of what you brought.
You haven't seen Donut King in Western Australia for ages now, years even. Ooh, I swear I've seen a donut. Maybe I'm not remembering correctly. Maybe there isn't actually. Maybe they've been replaced with a different donut group that I'm thinking of. New music.
Jeez, you've completed an absolute mountain of work.
Once again, so close but so far.
Carry out my race. Go ahead and link me up with your Cupid. If the network's as amazing as everyone says it is, then I want in.
What could it also be if not Donut King? Like, what's a like? What other donut places are there in Australia? The only one I can think of is Donut King. Huh. Krispy Kremes? Well, Krispy Kremes I feel like is a bit of a premium, isn't it? Like, would you consider Krispy Kreme a premium donut place, or is that like cheap as chips now? The aeronautical engineer. Alright. Nice. Probably just need to go to the other side of the what's-my-who's we'll be good. Floating sentry gun? Are you serious? A thrown weapon that floats in midair, automatically attacking any enemies within range. It fires MP bullets effective against any target, but cannot detect BTs and is therefore unable to attack them. Up to 4 sentry guns can be deployed at a time. Cargo catapults can now be used to launch SAM. Ooh, that's cool.
Now displaying your current order grade.
There we go.
So this is what it's like to be on the network. The computational capabilities are far beyond what I anticipated. Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and it's already yielded a useful result. Let me share this data with you. Toss it in the air and it'll hover. I have to say, it's incredible what the chiral network can help us achieve.
Nice. I can climb into the capture pod?
Bloody oath you can. It's an innovation.
Okay, they are still around, just not anywhere you go. No, fair enough, fair enough. I'm just sort of thinking of, like, where would you go in Western Australia, then, for cheap donuts? Because, in my mind, Donut King is where you, or, like, you know, maybe you go to a Coles and Woolies for non-iced donuts. But, like, you know, where would you go for cheap donuts? Because Krispy Kremes, I don't think, feels cheap. I feel like Krispy Kremes is, like, edging into that bakeries.
A lot.
I suppose so.
Some people should think twice about using catapult.
Bye for now.
You've given me a renewed hope. Come visit.
Alright, is there... Alright, dun. And then take on orders. Alright, so we got that for the thingamadoogie. We got that. And then we've got recovery of special I'm gonna go for this one. Because what we can do is we can... So there's a jump ramp there. So yeah, so we can, you know, just make a trek along the way there. And put all of those in our backpack. Rearrange. There we go. Climbing anchor, gun, rubber pizza. Alright. Let's give this a try. Maybe I should go to a bakery for donuts instead of Krispy Kremes. Hey, battery. I don't have to use it to charge this thing. Excellent. Thumbs up to you, Tiger Fang. I like cookies and creams as well, so like maybe there's like a cookies and cream donut we can go for. Oh boy, would you look at that, chat.
Take care, Sam.
We're gonna launch ourselves. This is either gonna go really well or really, really poorly. Hot cinnamon donuts are good too. Nice. Maybe that's what maybe that's another one to go for. All right, let's see. Oh, actually, while I am here, because I imagine not a lot of people want to deal with this bullshit. Ding. And then... select the structure. There's another structure nearby. Okay. Oh, hello. Ooh, that's cool. Alright, so you're gonna be constructing. That's fine. Alright, alright, how do I load myself into you?
Construction process now complete.
Alright, oh! Wait, no, don't go yet, don't go yet, don't go yet, don't go yet, don't go yet. Get back out. I need to pick up all this. There we go. Alright. Enter the catapult. Alrighty, so. So I need to go. Over this way. There we go.
Oh, what a wonderful view!
Where's my stuff? Did I just leave my cargo? It's perfectly fine, don't you worry. Although I don't know where my cargo is, which is a bit of a problem. Because we need to try and get to there. Okay. These rockets, we could have had this. Excellent! We still have all our cargo. It was just a visual thing that we couldn't see our cargo while also flying through the sky. Alright, let's see. Is there a... Slope is too steep. Hmm? Oh, interesting. Okay. Alright, so let me just try and get off a steep slope, and then we'll set up the... what's these again. There we go. Alright. And there we go. Let's do this.
Construction process now complete.
There we go. Alright. Now we just need to head over there. But yeah, we made it. It ain't no problem, is it? Pick up? Pick up what? Oh, nice. Alrighty, so what I'll probably do is maybe I'll put some Uzis over there. Actually, no, let's have it, like, relatively close to the facility instead of, like, you know, high above it. Alright. Hand-drawn map for the adventure. Actually, we probably will need to put the what's-my-whoosies there. Let's see. Got another one of these that we can put down. Yep, so out of range of the 300-meter one, so let's see how close we can get. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Steep slope detected. Alright, so 200 meters, so let's try to get a little bit closer. 40. Oop, hello. Oh, interesting. Okay. Hey, nice. Okay. Okay. I pick up what you're putting down. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. Let's go... Oop, nope, too far. There we go. Build.
Looking good.
There we go. And then, look, we got a ladder right there.
Good morning to you.
Nice.
Drawbridge credentials verified. Welcome, Sam.
What a thrill in darkness. Da, 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 da.
Access the
What a thrill.
Process your orders and requests.
There we go. This motherfucker better appreciate the amount of work I just put here. There we go. Cairo Sundays, whatever they're called. Here we go. Here we go. What's another good donut other than cookies and cream and hot cinnamon?
Weather couldn't have made it easy, but you made it here safe and sound. Give me a sec to check order data.
Yes! Legend of Legends.
Great. I'd like to share this with you.
Stabilizers, a battery-powered balance recovery unit fitted with posture-correcting Werner thrusters. The unit will activate automatically to stabilize the user should they lose balance. Not the coolest
I've been reviewing
accessories.
materials allocation.
Now displaying your current order grade.
The stabilizer is a device that can be... When you lose your balance while carrying cargo in areas with uneven terrain, though... Requires battery power, thus. My way.
Alright, let's have a look. Anything here? Fabrication, facility storage, beach jump if we wanted to. Alright, let's head over to the Magellan. Let's see, is there an easy... What's my whoosies? No, there isn't. Alright. Slide down. Whee! There we go. That... It might help not damaging the cargo. Yeah, but I'm not really moving around that much, like, on foot, other than, like, up in the mountains here. It's a very... I feel like it's a bit situational for me. Especially since, like, more often than not, I'm just doing, like, you know... I would just take a slightly different route to avoid the whole, like, you know... crazy leanings left and right. Also, driving. It would do nothing for all the driving. Pick that up. Thank you. Look at me traversing through the snow. And And look at you in all your glory right over there. The DHV Magellan. Ooh, looking hieroglyphs, though. Alrighty, entrusting cargo. Oh. Facility storage, there we go. Close you, close you. Place in the private locker. All this is fine. Woo! Ah. It's a very quiet sort of game. If I had yapping topics, I would definitely be yapping. Unnamed, like, if you don't know who Unnamed is, how dare you? They're an amazing streamer. You should go check them out. Unnamed Gene. One of the things they tell me is that, or that they mention about me is that they say I can, like, you know, yap for ages. I could very well do a just chatting sort of stream, but it's like every time I've thought about doing them or tried to, it's not been an easy thing to do.
It's currently docked near the Motherhood shelter. An escort arrived a little while ago to take Rainey inside. The doctor has requested to see you as well. Head on over whenever you feel ready.
Ooh. Alright. First and foremost, let me... Oh, we got new cryobites. Nice. And tea. And again! More tea. More tea. There we go. Nice. What's Doleman got to say?
Apropos of nothing, no matter what misfortune may befall him, that adventurer is going to keep exploring the continent. I just know it. Is it the primal calling that compels him to make these journeys?
No, he's an
Perhaps he's
idiot.
become addicted to the thrills that come with experiencing the unknown. Regardless of his motivation, when I see how distressed his son is, I want to do what I can to get him home safe. I don't really have anything else to say right now.
Alright. You're done there. Off to the surface we go. Let's go see what, Rainey and the gang are doing. Also, the doctor wants to see us for some reason. She has, like, 2 left hands as well. So it, like, looks like this. But, like, you know, without this... or without this looking backwards. Alright, I do not need the mask on at all times. There we go.
Snow. Huh.
Oh. I didn't know this place could snow. The fuck is up with that? What in the world?
Safety first.
Weird. That's my ladder. like a weird ostrich up there. Vog warning. So tar deterioration such, back to the hydrolysis. Breakable cargo. There's all kinds of cargo that can be given in and around. Oh, thank goodness I don't have to enter in a code again. I remember last time I was in here, I had to, like, actually type in a code. Mm-hmm.
Close your eyes. It's okay. You can trust me.
I'm guessing Rainey is worried that she's got, like, a stillborn in her or something like that. Ooh. Okay, so she's able to do one of those kinds of things.
It's a healthy baby girl.
Aww. But now comes the problem where she's stuck in there. Because as far as I know, there is not a lot of ways of, you know, getting the bridge baby out. It's not a guarantee.
Coming up on 3 minutes. Someone needs to go home.
Okay, so that's why she put the timer on there.
Are those waves?
Yes, they are. Your womb is connected to a beach.
That is a weird thing.
Now, open your eyes.
Hi there, Clarkson! Welcome, welcome.
The child you're carrying is not dead.
Okay.
It's just that time has stopped in your womb. Your and her mother are in perfect health.
So because of it being on the beach, or a connection to the beach, it's like time is kind of stopped because timefall normally accelerates things, and then she's got like a weird power where she's able to reverse timefall.
Between our world and the beach is finally restored. You will give birth. There's nothing to worry about. Come on. All in due time. So wait and have faith that you and your child will be fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What about you?
Someday I'll have a son. But until then, I get to see him once a month. It'll all be
Huh.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Sorry, but would it be all right if I took another look at your pod?
Sure.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, I'll head back first.
The thing is, when I did my examination on your pod, I got the strangest feeling. The BB in that pod was there far longer than any typical BB. I'd like to check your pod's production number. If it's an official model, it'll have one inscribed on it.
Forever pregnant, basically? Yeah, so...
Right now, there's no number written on it.
No, it wouldn't be on the outside. It would be inscribed.
Yeah, no, so she's got like a weird sort of... Her womb has a connection to a beach and
there is a way that we can peek inside.
Oh, cool. So she's not doing her hand thing. We're getting a, what's a Mahuzi? He's just going... Whoop.
See? Right there. See, a pod's production number is a record of when the occupant was transferred from the still mother's womb. Sort of like a BB's date of birth.
000104.
11 years ago. On the very same day as the Void Out.
Wu's date of birth was 11 years ago.
And not just that, The serial number is BB00, which would make Lou one of the first test subjects.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that would appear to be the case, yes.
If we scour the archives for any mention of BB00, there's a chance we might learn more about Lou's past.
Could help.
You really should try and put this behind you.
But yeah, so because of her womb's connection to the beach is probably what's causing like the, you know, no time traversing for the development of the baby. So I imagine
It's time we return to the DHV.
like
Magellan.
they're talking about like trying to restore a connection to the beach, which would require going around the world and, you know, connecting up the chiral network and what have you. It won't be enough to do it just in Australia. There we go.
You know, Sam, seeing as you've come so very far, you should take a moment to see to any unfinished business before you commit to new obligations.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like having a purposely saved point here, so then that way... There we go. Purposely saving there, so then that way we can go back to it. Whose baby is it? What, like the BB pod that we had, or Rainy's? Because Rainy volunteered for, you know, a child thingamadiggy. So, whereas the BB that we like the BB pod that we have, there is no baby in there because Lou is missing, potentially dead, and yeah, we're trying to figure out like who that like woman, like whoever's BB it is, because it's like apparently Lou's BB pod was like BB00, so it's like one of the first test subjects from like 11 years ago.
Thank you.
Looks like storage is now available.
In the place where I came from, no one gave birth to babies. They just stayed inside their mother's bellies.
Huh.
Well, in our world, babies are born and grow up to be adults. Or at least they're supposed to.
It's only natural that Tomorrow wouldn't understand. After all, she was living in a realm of the dead. I wouldn't expect children to be born into such a place.
But Rainy's baby will be born, right?
In due time, of course. Isn't that so?
We just need to figure out like why her fetus has like a connection to the beach as it
I'm
does.
sorry.
It's okay.
Raindrops are falling on my head.
And just like the guy whose feet are too big for his bed.
Oh yeah, Tomorrow, by the by, has a power to accelerate age. So she has something similar to Timefall.
So
she's been
did me some talking to the sun.
So she's been like controlling it and what have you. So for example, she's able to get an unripe apple and make
There
it
will be a
ripe.
mother who gives birth to her baby.
Mm-hmm. And I just can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about terrible, Sam. I've heard dogs with better tones.
Oh. Of course you'd be like that. Why would you be like that? Norman Reedus isn't perfect. So yeah, so I like anytime we're in a cutscene and other people are involved, there is no baby in there. Like us seeing the baby Lou in there, that's just our comfort thing. Hi there, Wild Saber. Monster Hunter Wilds is getting a Final Fantasy Online. I had 3 separate people come to me about that news. Each of them DMing me, like, you know, the announcement trailer either for the Final Fantasy XIV side or for the Monster Hunter Wilds side. Nah, fuck it. Let's sleep until morning. So yeah. I'm kind of curious, don't get me wrong. I wish I had all the time in the world to be able to go through all the different games and not get FOMO.
I'm pleased Rainey's feeling better. And now that that's settled, we're all set to continue linking up the continent.
Cool.
Your next main order requires you to retrieve some intriguing cargo. And for convenience's sake, we've decided to transport you to the mission area in the Magellan. Speaking of the Magellan, I think it's high time this old girl's weaponry got a bit of an upgrade. I've gotten in touch with a researcher based in South Fort Knott for this very purpose.
Okay.
I'll need your help, of course, but the details can wait until we get there. I'm sure you're eager to get underway, but the tar currents nearby have grown unstable. It's going to be a bumpy ride. As a safety precaution, I'd like everyone to assemble on the bridge before departure. Come and join us as soon as you're ready.
Okay, alright. Kind of curious what kind of weapon thingy-majiggy he's talking about. Alright. I drank a beer. I drank another beer. I drank a third beer. How accurate is this to Australia? Very accurate. We have tar all over the place, and you know, random people inside dolls.
So, operate all alone in the mountain to survive in such hope is not to downplay the benefits of the cargo you brought, but what no doubt served to give him immediate comfort was the porters can be bearers of.
Cool. But yeah, like geographically speaking, there are like some aspects of Australia that's like gotten right. Like for instance, like just the sheer diversity, they've got that down. It's not just, oh, here's rocks and desert. It's like here's lush, here's bush, here's mountains, here's snow. The beaches. They've got like a mix so far, which has been pretty cool.
Allow me to reestablish our connection with the network.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, hi, Bookie! Yeah. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. All right, we are now navigating through. We're going to be going through the tar. Kind of cool that he's doing that. Norman Reedus and his amazing fetus. I saw Wild Saber. I saw you write that earlier. Alright, traveling through the currents. Are we able to... Is it just a straight shot for us, or is he, like, making turns and what have you? That's not ideal.
The currents just went crazy.
For what reason?
Of my hand. It's gone.
What?
Are we caught in a surge?
I don't know. There shouldn't be any other currents in our vicinity.
Unidentified object approaching.
Everyone brace for impact. What's wrong?
The rudder's unresponsive.
I think something's dragging us.
The connection to my hand has been severed somehow. Right now, I'm flying blind.
Dolman, do you sense anything?
No, it's not a BT.
Well, something's still pulling us down.
Much deeper, and the ship's hull won't be able to handle the pressure.
Evasive action.
Oh!
Out of the way, kitty!
Cat just floating around.
It's no good. Can't break free.
I have no idea what's going on inside. It's like we're in a submarine.
Now! Too risky. We have no idea where we're going to surface.
We have no choice.
Yeah, it's a weird, like, cat beached thing. It's silly. It's like a tar cat or something.
open blast shields.
Okay.
If we don't do something, it'll crush us.
Oh, that's a giant mech. That's fucking weird. Higgins' stuff, I reckon. Oh! How the fuck did you get in here?
Hold it.
How?
Hardly a repatriate, but I'm immortal enough. Damn. When'd you start rolling with such a big crew, Sam? Settle.
Gotta give her props for trying.
Unless you want me to blow her head off.
Mm. Oh, he's got what's-a-mahoozies, Amelie's necklace on him.
Time falls soaked hide of yours, huh? You know I'm only here to get revenge on you and Sam. The rest of y'all really have no quarrel with, so, you know, you let me keep the two of them and y'all can fuck off. No?
Oh yeah, it's an electric guitar axe. So, you know, an electric axe.
Except for the fact that Sam's a repatriate, so can't really share in your sad fate.
Uh-huh.
But before I pop him, he gets to watch me kill all y'all.
Ooh. I don't know if this is going to be a worthwhile confrontation. Higgs, what do you think she can do? Ooh. Oh. The fuck? Like, does he have, like, no time fall effect on him because he's technically, like, weird beach dead thing? Or... Oh!
Funny trick you got.
Okay, well... Oh, there was a hologram on his face. He's not really here, is he? Yeah, it's just a... It's like Charlie, where it's just a... What's-a-mahoozy? It's just a figure.
What the fuck? A ghost mech? So he's... what? Mecha Higgs?
Sir, disappointed. But I don't break that easy. Alright. So be it. It's gonna be that way.
Oh.
Y'all could all go down with the ship.
Somehow he's able to get Tar in there.
It's all up to you, Sam.
No time to waste. Let's head out, Sam.
Alright, fight time. No time to waste.
Sam, it looks like that thing coiled around the Magellan. You're our only hope of freeing the ship from its... If you can get it to let go and draw it away from... We're counting...
Alrighty. Ah, code!
Code Yoshi with the 47-month tier 1 sub. Sup, homo?
Sup? How's it going? Hopefully you're doing good. All right. Cargo management. Close you. So we got the lightweight silenced assault rifle. Then we got. Don't bold me! Mark II, gonna place on the backpack. Grenade launcher, place in the backpack. MP grenade, place in the backpack. Let's get another assault rifle. Alright. Nope. Yay, you got an electric catfish. Good for you, Code. You may have paid for 30-day sub. Oh, did you pay? Is that a 30-day sub for the, blah, 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 the, for the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heavensward, and Stormblood expansions up to level 70, with no restrictions on playtime? Yes. Nice. Alright, let's equip the battle skeleton instead. Is there another thing we can apply? Not real. Oh. Place the power glove in there. Oh, cool, you got a rubber ducky. Nice work, Clarkson. Alright, let's have a look, let's have a look. Unleash a flurry of strikes that are effective against mechs. Lightweight shotgun, grenade launcher, machine pistol, a tar cannon, dog mine. Oh, hello! Floating sentry. Let's give you a go. I'm gonna grab 2 of you. And then, let's have a look. So, we've already got the AP thing. Augmented motion scanner. Alright. Let's head out. Hi there! Oh, Fluke! It was Fluke that... Hi there, Fluke! I don't know why. That name seems familiar for whatever reason. I don't know why. Alright, we have to face off against this giant mech while in the tar. Cult of the Lamb is getting new DLC. Never played Cult of the Lamb. Probably not about to start playing it right now. Alrighty, let's have a look. So those aren't there. Here we go.
Sitting duck right now. Head out
and then
engage the enemy so we can get some breathing room here.
And then we'll grab you.
Magellan to the bad way. Keep it together, old girl.
There we go.
Opening fire now.
Alright, let me just break you. Oh, there's another point. Hang on. Oh, come on. Avoid you. Ow! Fuck you.
Are you okay, Sam?
We are. All that. There we go. Fuck you.
That one hurt.
Oh shit! Let me avoid that. There we go. Gotcha! You need to get the cult back together? Oh, are you gonna... He was gonna do that as the TTS, but I thought I shouldn't. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yes! Damage taken by the Magellan, target less than 50%. Oh, okay, so... Only A rank. Damn it!
Now displaying your current port.
Nani? Allows you to throw grenade-filled cargo containers at enemies. Ooh, that's kind of cool. What was that? It was a giant mech.
Great job, Sam. The only reason we're still alive is because you were here to save us. Come back to the ship. You've earned yourself a rest.
There we go. Just picking up all this shit. There we go. You need to start cult for me. Oh, like the Cult of the Lamb. I know a lot of people have played it. Like when it first came out, it also had like a Twitch integration thing, and I was like, that is so cool. I wish I had Cult of the Lamb. Like I had a little bit of like, you know, feeling down for missing out and such, but over time, like, you know, hasn't really, you know, hit me as much as it did before. There's just a lot of video games where it's like, there is a little bit of me that's like, oh man, wouldn't it be great if I played this? But you know, the fact that I work full time and I have to be like very mindful about my time and my funds, I have to like, you know, just make the decision of like, you know, I can't really just buy a new game and start playing it and what have you. Like I gotta pick and choose what I can. Half the reason I'm able to play, half of the games I've played on stream as well have been a case of either they've been free or someone has gifted them to me, which I really appreciate.
Good morning, Sam. I understand that your room didn't suffer any major damage. Unfortunately, the rest of the D-Trim Magellan wasn't so lucky. The ship is unable to travel in its current state, but Tarman's doing his best to get us back in action. I'm about to leave to pick up some supplies for repairs. When you're ready to head out, I suggest you head to the bridge and get Tarman to brief you on the situation.
That would be very appreciative. We'll also need to get weapons to help.
To find out which part of the continent you'll need to link up next. The show must go on, after all.
Yeah, the show must go on. The show must go on. The show must go on. So, I wish I could be one of those cool furries where it's like, you know, I spend like 5 days of the week streaming long-ass hours, playing all sorts of video games and doing it for, you know, all of you and having, you know, lovely time yapping and playing. Unfortunately, I cannot. I have to work full-time. And the reason I have to work full-time is I have to pay the bills. Living on your own is expensive. Living in Australia, living anywhere at this point is expensive.
Crew is working hard to get the ship in working order. So let's follow their lead and do what we have to do.
Someday I'll stream early so I can show up with a small raid. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I stream at a very terrible time for a lot of Americans, like 2 times out of the week. Like Monday and Wednesday nights work well for me because, you know, after working full time, I head back home. I don't really have that much I need to like prep for food and such. I don't like cooking for myself. I don't know why. Like some people can do it. Some people can do the whole like meal prepping on Sunday, setting up like 8 different meals, putting them in the fridge and such. I can't do that. There is no amount of time that I can, there's no amount of time short of getting ready-cooked meals where I feel like the amount of prep I've put into the meal has warranted the time, given how quickly I can eat meals and what have you. That's why, like, diet shakes and ready-cooked meals have been such a blessing for me. I get done in, like, 3 minutes or less to get it ready, and it only takes me, like, 5 minutes or less to consume it. It's fantastic. Cat. Look at this silly cat. Someone called Charlie has logged a score in the VR chat's Porter Mastery. Do you think this was Hartman's doing, or is there someone else with us? Oh, that definitely is. Split pattern is now available. Something happening to the water. A hot spring has been found. Oh, well, that hot spring is over where, yeah. Ujito, weird little guys, blasting shit. VR training. Cute kangaroo, digitize the voice. Coffin surfing, local porter. The data scientist was Pecco. Zip lines are the only way to travel. Not the only way, but yeah. Ah. Another cute cat. Delivered to the Pioneer. Where's the Pioneer? Oh, the Pioneer was all the way up there. Okay. Data scientist again. The architect. Pizza chef. Alright. Oop. What was up? What was up with that head turn, Norman? Weird. Also, why am I getting notifications whenever I
how's
pick up
everything
my...
looking?
We'll be able to repair the plating and the propulsion system using chiral printed parts. Fragile's team will pick up any additional materials that are necessary. The nav console I use to read the tower currents isn't broken. I just need a little more time to restore the connection with my hand. Won't be much longer now.
Tarman.
He came to visit me in my room.
Aww.
Thank you.
He's just a little guy.
Oh, I see you're holding hands now, eh? Hands allow us to connect. Form bonds.
You think you'll ever find your missing hand?
Now that's a bond I doubt will ever be broken.
Looks like we're good to go.
We'll see you later.
Bye.
Stay safe out there.
You just met the kitty and you loved it? Nice. Honestly, if I was a more responsible person, I'd get a pet.
She's here.
Oh, there's Fragile.
Aw, cute little bugs.
Okay. Let's get
Oh, she's doing a what's-a-mahoozy jump. Oh, never mind. I thought she was gonna do a.
Be safe out there.
I thought she was gonna do like a beach jump because that was like one of the things she could do back in the first Death Stranding, and she tried doing at the end of the or at the start of the second one.
If you run into trouble on the way.
We'll be fine. Remember, you're talking to the former head of Fragile Express.
Yeah. There are seats on the side!
You two be alright?
We all have dooms. No need to worry about us.
And we're tougher than you too.
Are those plushies? Yeah, what they have are plushies. Because the actual thing is like really tiny. It's like smaller than a chicken McNugget. Alright.
Sam.
Oh, hello, Charlie.
Work repairing the DHV Magellan. It will unfortunately be some time before we can travel again. But nevertheless, putting our plans on hold is out of the question. We must continue to press on. Extending the chiral network remains our priority. Your next objective is to link up South Fort Knot. Though you'll need to get another site online before that will be possible. And unlike before, the DHV Magellan will be unable to advance to your position after you've expanded coverage. And during this period, you'll need to operate without our support. Fragile, Rainey, and Tomorrow are gone procuring materials for repairs. And Tarman has his hands full tending to the ship. He'd also like to improve the ship's arsenal, as a precautionary measure. And bringing South Fort Knot into the chiral network will be necessary to do that. I say this to reassure you that the whole team is committed to getting the ship back up and running, and that we mean to join you as soon as we can. It's just gonna take us a little while, that's all. For now, head to the Phantom Smith shelter and put him on the grid. The associated main order can be accessed via this delivery terminal.
Wonder why they call him the Phantom Smith. Recover all stranded cargo. Okay, okay. So, steep cliff there. So we'll need to go there. Most of it will be in coverage, so what we can do is let's grab all three of you, and then swap out from the battle skeleton. Put on the climbing gloves. Okay, so... Oh, the contents of that are deeply damaged, so let's recycle that. There we go. Let's see. Oh yeah, let me get rid of the... There's no reason for me to hold a fucking gun. Let me place that in the private locker. There we go. I feel called out for catching a sea urchin. Well, what kind of otter are you? Alright, bam. Alrighty. Oh, of course it's snowing. Alrighty, let's have a look. Where the fuck are we? Okay, so we're literally, like, middle of bumfuck nowhere. Okay. Nope, wrong thing. Alright, let's have a look at you. Well, at least we get ourselves a motor vehicle. I thought I was going to be doing a long trek, but river otter, so fresh, backish water for you. Okay. Cool. Did you know there's a zebra species that's called GrantZeebs? I'm not joking. That's a real kind of zebra. Alrighty, so... Ooh. Alright, so we've got a, is it there? Yes, we do. Alright, cool. So, what we can probably do is... that up. Give me a minute. Hot spring digger.
Much obliged.
Alright, let's see what kind of, what's Mahoozy this is. We did use up one of our level 2s, that is true, but I don't think it's the end of the world. Ooh, this is some lovely looking water. It's not a weird color. Ooh, I was about to say it's not a weird color, but that's purple.
Construction. It looks like it would be very refreshing. We should let the hydrologist know at once.
Ah, we don't have the opportunity to bathe. Never mind. Probably because we're in the middle of a mission right now. All right, first and foremost,
Commencing route creation.
all right, so around about here, we could probably put ourselves a zip line. So then that way it goes there. And then we could probably put another zip line somewhere down there if we find another one. Cookie for Clarkson Otter. Here's your cookie, Clarkson Otter. Did you get XP for making the hot spring? You don't do XP with this game. Also, for whatever reason, the car's stuck. Alrighty, steep slope detected. Yep, I am familiar. Ah, 400 meters. Okay, so we still have a ways to go. Also, we're in a bit of a snowstorm right now, so it's going to be a bit of a problem. $350 meters. Jesus Christ. Can't see shit! Distance to target, 300 meters. There we go. Alright. Change the angle. Steep slope. That's understandable. Alright, hang on. Let me just get out of this steep slope. Alright, Clarkson's going fishing again. Okay, I don't think there's... Actually, you know what? There isn't a benefit in, you know... Okay, maybe there is. I didn't realize there would be, like, you know... a giant drop-off.
Done and done.
Give it a minute. Alrighty, so we got watchtower, generators, post box.
Construction process now complete.
Alright. Whee! So we just need to head down there next. Nope, just... Alright, let's see how far we can get this rope going. Alright, so not that far. Ow! Fuck off. No! The thingy! Damn you. Well, that thing's fucking gone. Just let me look down. No! Just stop. There we go. Sometimes life is not perfect. Whee! You know what's really annoying? Lord Secret Spy was talking about that, like, actuator thingamadiggy earlier, thinking that would be pretty cool, and I was like, that won't happen. I won't need it. I almost fall off a fucking hill. Oh, PTs are around. That's not good. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. That's a lot of views. Amazing. Didn't realize they would drop so many. Oh, that's a big one. Alright. Can I cut the umbilical cord of the big ones? PC level 2. Oh, thank goodness. Uh-oh. Not good. Not good. Not good, not good, not good. Oh, okay. I guess he's like a wanderer. So not really someone that's gonna, you know, gonna be able to get to do the... Cut the umbilical cord. Oh, lots of, What in the world? There's like... Bridge babies? The fuck? Oh shit. Not a good time. Not a good time. Not a good time. Sorry, I need to shake all these people off. Give me a minute. Hi, welcome. Get off me. Get off me. Get off me. Bastards. Are you gonna let me cut the umbilical cord, please? There we go. There we go. How is it going, Nom the Non? You doing good? I'm going through the Death Stranding. Because you see, Australia went through their own Death Stranding too. Okay, so that's the main order, 200 meters from now. Damn you. Get away from me. Go beat up the collective shout out for me. The who? Who are you talking about? Alrighty. No, so they're just hidden in the ground then. Annoying. The red ones drop a lot of chiralium. They're the Aussie goop trying to censor furry content. Oh, it's not just furry content. It's just all kinds of adult content because they did pressure to payment processors and what have you. And then cut that umbilical cord. Alright, so we gotta this here. Don't know why that broke off. Ooh.
Thanks for the help.
I wonder what's in this thingamajiggy. Once I give it enough likes, there we go. Alright. Fabrication and management. Oh! Okay. Alright, recycle the level 1. Special alloys are max. So we got ceramic and resin. And let's see, backpack. There we go. All right, so that's Phantom Smith's gear. Alright, we gotta soothe Lou. He's upset. It's okay. You're doing okay. There we go. You better? Better, Lou? I guess he's not going to be much happier. Not while we're out in the cold like this. Also, trying to find... Oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for.
Well done, Sam. That's the last... of the cargo. Let's head to our destination and make the delivery.
I'm honestly curious how well... Hey! It's cold outside! What are you doing taking my shirt? Also, I missed out on Wild Saber's message earlier. A British guy could not wrap his head around something that the Americans do and claim we have some weird superpowers that we can walk outside, sniff the air, and immediately tell if something is going to rain by the smell. It's a weird superpower, I will be real with you. Alright. What other materials do they want? Oh, chemicals and special alloy. Okay. Yeah, I don't have those. So yeah, alright. Alright, so let's recycle the resin. So we're gonna recycle those. And then, let's see. Can't get... And then contribute to this. Ding dong. Alright, so there's no connecting zip lines. So, how far away from the next zip line? There's chronobiologists over there. So...
Commencing route creation.
So there's a time flow thingamadiggy there. Alright. That is 900 meters. Ooh. The zebra with a beer gut? Give me a sec. There has been people that wanted that kind of art. I can see people's appeal for it and what have you. Maybe in another life or another, like, Persona design, maybe that would have been more of the zebra's look or something like that. And Lord knows I was, like, a very pudgy fella, like, a year ago. I was, like, 150 kilos. But, yeah, alright, ding. And route there.
Delivery route finalized.
Alright. Alrighty. So, yep, we got a PC, which is fine. Let me just get the...
Commencing route creation. Delivery route final.
Reconnection successful. Hi, we're back. Not, please. The worst part is I don't really have any worthwhile tools to help with this particular problem. Hopefully we're back for everyone, and we're not having, like, you know, drop frame issues. All right, how bad is the cargo? Oh my god, there is so much damage. That is not good. Load latest save data. Let's see, how far back are we going? Okay, cool. So we've picked up everything. And we've got 2 PCs we can use. Alrighty, here we go, here we go, here we go. Put you down. And then... Alright, recycle and store. So resin, the 2 ceramics, and then so the special we can put away. Fabricating gear. Yep. Put you on my back. And then chemicals. Place you on my back. Alrighty. Here we go. Well, you didn't have to go too far back, which is fine. It's a shame that there was like a momentary disconnection, though. I don't know what was going on with my internet to warrant that, but we should be good now. All right, let's have a look. So, cargo. No, do not attach that to my suit. Are you nuts? Oh my god! Raiders, hi! Welcome, welcome everyone! My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. I go through games in my backlog. I'm trying to put more of a focus towards earlier games, so right now I'm trying to go through a game that I recently picked up that I started streaming, and then I realized not too many people want to get spoiled on this, but I'm already, you know, stuck into it, so I gotta go play it. And we're currently going through Death Stranding 2. How was your stream, Ozlupo? How was Peak? Were you doing a solo run or were you doing a group thing? I have been rated by the dumbest wolf of Twitch. Bold. I am the himboest zebra on Twitch. I haven't met any other himbo zebras out there. Most recently, I even had like a bit of a network difficulties. Like my Twitch, like, you know, disconnected and reconnected for a quick moment, but now we're back up and running, which is good. Your brain entered autocorrect mode and you heard I play through games in my backyard. What backyard? There ain't no backyard, there's just this. There's just the back of this room, like, and all the cool fan art in the background and what have you. And then, you know, Death Stranding shit. You was doing crowd control with friends? Nice. I am currently stuck here. The Magellan crashed and what have you and isn't able to get moved around and what have you. So we're recovering random stuff from here in order to deliver it back to the Phantom Smith, who is over there. So one of the things that we're going to need to make do with is the fact that there's all these BTs along here, but I have a plan. I have set down this fella. So I'm just gonna go ziplining right over. Unfortunately, there is no zip lines nearby, so I am going to have to go with the original plan of traversing through the whatsamahoozies carefully. You have so many zip lines in the mountains. I figured the zip line is probably like the best option for the mountains and what have you, I realized, because you cannot traverse very far in like bicycles and motorcycle sort of situation. So, all right, let's have a look. So that's where one zip line is, and from here, the nearest zip line is all the way at the top here. which is approximately 600 meters away. So we need to have this distance before we go any further. Not impossible. We just need to be very... It's very tempting to get the coffin and just, like, start sliding our way, like, you know, closer and closer. But I know that if I do that, I am most likely going to get in trouble again like we did last time. So... You probably have already, like, gone through this particular section, or maybe have even completed this game. If you need to, you know, disconnect and de-stress and what have you, I totally understand. I will try my darndest to keep as many of your viewers entertained as I possibly can. But yeah, hopefully you had a wonderful time in Peak. Sorry to raid and run, but I need a dinner because I am really dead because I was streaming on my day off. Ah, lucky you for having a day off on Wednesday. But yeah, you go get dinner. You'll probably get dinner, eat a lot of food, get tired, and then need to go to bed because it's like 8:45 or something like that. So yeah. Alrighty. So we're going up here just to avoid more of the BTs. Thank you for the lurks. Also, hi there, dupe dudes. So yeah, thank you so much, Kilo High and Lycanfall for the follows. I greatly appreciate it. I hope to be as entertaining as Lupo. I don't know how entertaining I can be. I can yap a lot, but it's one of those cases where I need... Okay, hang on. I need to select a structure. Alright, let's have a look. So... That's only gone 200 meters. And we've got much further to go. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try and get a bit more elevation. And Lou is in a bad mood, which is not too great. Darn it. So... But yeah. Oh, fuck off. What the hell? Alrighty. Let's not cause a panic. Alright, grab you. Alrighty, is this close enough to the zip lines? No, it is not. Okay. So, I have got much further to go. Oh, shit. Try to avoid that. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Alright, I reckon getting close to that power thing might be our best option. Oh, shit! I didn't realize you were there either. God damn. Alrighty. Still not close. Maybe if we get to the top of that building, we'll have a chance? Maybe that's what we need to do. Because, yeah, like, if we go straight line, yeah, we would end up at the top of that building somehow. So maybe that's what we'll need to do. Alright. Also, let me just get some... drink some water. Get my energies back up. There we go. So, yeah. One of the games that I've been going through, like, nostalgia-wise recently, because there's a lot of games from PlayStation and Nintendo side that I have not played before. And one of the ones that I'm going through on Mondays is the Devil May Cry series. Now, you've missed out on me playing through the first 4 Devil May Crys, because I've never played those before. The only Devil May Cry I played is the DMC reboot from 2013. I played that on Xbox, like, years and years ago. And I thought it was a pretty good game. I didn't understand why people hated it and what have you. Like, sure, the dialogue is a bit you know, emo camp, which isn't all that great, but combat was still good. So yeah, so after going through the first 4 games in Devil May Cry, right now I'm going through DMC Reboot to see whether my impressions of it hold up to this day. All right, let's have a look. So, ooh, out of range. Oh, you bastards! Of course. Alrighty. So now comes the question: how close does this thing need to get in order to? Let's see. God, that is annoying. How far am I?
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
Alright, removed all the markers.
Commencing route creation.
418 meters. Oh my goodness.
Delivery route.
Alright, so... oh, shit. I almost went the wrong way. My goodness. Like, you need to go through... Alright, so... yep, all markers removed. Put a marker on you. That way, I can keep an eye on it. So I need to be less than 350 meters. Alrighty, let's see how we do. Let's see how we do. 380. My goodness, the elevation is nuts. Like, also, that thing is... yeah, that's already a level 2. Alright, so in a few meters, we'll reach it. There we go. Alright. So now comes the baby is crying. Yeah, I know the baby is crying. Give me a minute. Change the angle. Alright, steep slope detected. Okay, so... let's fix that. Oh, shit. Darn you. $330, $340. There we go. There we go. So we're gonna put you there. I'm gonna keep my materials for when we get up to there. Because I reckon if we get that to level 3, then we'll have a better... there we go.
Process now complete.
Alright. Bam. The other thing is like 300 and something meters away, which is annoying. Yay! Lou likes the ride. We're entering a low oxygen zone again. Alright. And now we've got to get to that one there. And then from that side, we can then do a... you need, like, materials for some of these, things, honestly, in order for it to go further. Alright. Okay, so that's already level 2. 500 meters. Alright, easy enough. there. There we go. And
the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words.
Easy climbing hook.
At all hope.
Aw, this is a lovely music.
Hey. Good morning.
Hello.
Hey.
Alright, can he get us all the way down? Let's see, let's see, let's see. Ooh, barely. Alright, hang on. Because that was the last of my climbing rope as well. Oh, I have another one of these. Hang on. Hey! Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Alright. Incredible. Nice. That is gonna be great. Oh, actually, hang on. While I am... Because the chemicals and special alloys that I'm holding are not gonna be useful on me. No, don't go onto it.
Some souls are just meant to fly.
Alright, upgrade structure, give the special alloy. There we go.
Keepers of the sky.
That way we're not holding as much nonsense. Machine components for the fantasy split. We're gonna go grab those as well while we're at it. Yeah, the electrobite is very helpful. Although I probably need to put additional battery on Sam's backpack at some point.
Keepers of the sky. Some souls are just meant to fly. Keepers of the sky. Some souls are just meant to fly.
Alright. There it is. Alright. What's in here? Let's see. Resin. Okay, so nothing really in here. And then let's fabricate another climbing anchor. There we go. go. Alright, hopefully we do not fall on our faces in the last 200 meters. Otherwise, that would be really fucking embarrassing. There we are. We can't see it because the sun is set, but it's within our grasp. See? There it is. Oh, the man's got RBG on his stuff.
Welcome, Sam. Security measures lifted. Weapons detected.
Cool.
Be advised that usage is restricted.
Alright. Let's see. Who is it? Who's got the RGBs? Excuse me.
Hey, thanks. Risking
You're welcome.
your life to cross snowy mountains is a lot to ask of anyone. And rubbing shoulders with BTs to recover someone else's stuff. That's going above and beyond. You're one hell of a guy. Seriously. Sit tight. I'll confirm the contents of your cargo right away.
We're just that good. Oh my god, Chad, I think I need a piss. I've been keeping up my fluids of water. I've gone through like a liter already.
Thank you.
I might need to go to the bathroom at some point. I am sorry.
Good job.
I'll do a little dance for all of you while I'm at the bathroom, though. Don't you worry. Once again, I just want to have like a 2-star hit when I first see someone.
I'd like you to put this shelter on the chiral network.
All right. All right. Once we get this guy connected to the chiral network, I am going to be. I'm going to need to go to the bathroom and do a quick piss break. It'll be a quick 30-second advertisement though, so don't you worry. It's not going to be a long one. All right. Just going all over the place. All right. We got the phantom sniff now. I am going... Bathroom break. I am so sorry. I need to do the bathroom break. Did you hear the news about Oblivion? Oh, do you mean about the Elder Scrolls, like, Oblivion video game? Where through data mining we learned that it was going to be, having a remaster? And that potentially that remaster might be released next week? Are you talking about that Oblivion news? I haven't the faintest idea. No, Izzy. You should absolutely be... I hate how much pissing I have to do. Like...
Say what you're going to say. I doubt it. You're a wonderful compliment. You're revolting. I doubt it. You goodness, what can I say?
Get back up, come on. Oh! Oh, so much lag? Why is there so... Okay, have you given your PC a... Maybe you need to give the stream a refresh, perhaps? Because, like, there was a moment of disconnection. There was a momentary disconnection, Sir Dragon, earlier, so I've had to, like, reconnect OBS, so maybe that's what you need to do? Stop the thingamadoogies. Alright. Alright, any new gear? Lots of stuff. Ooh! A chiral shock cannon. Fires chiral particles at a special wavelength. Firing the cannon consumes chiral crystals. Although extremely noisy, the particles can penetrate walls to knock human targets unconscious and inflict significant damage on BTs and mechs. The cannon's powerful recoil means it must be fixed in place before firing. What? Why? Why am I under arrest? Who is this? The IF4D Ifed Deli? I don't know who you are. Who are you? Did you get here because of Oz Lupo? It's Fade. Oh, so like, oh, okay, so you have it fashioned like, you have it fashioned like that. Oz sold you out? No, he didn't sell you out. We raided into here.
Finally online. Accordingly, I was able to analyze the cargo.
So what does the Phantom Smith make? Is it just like chiral network nonsense?
Technology, which I've taken to calling ghost tech. From what I can tell, it reacts to chiral radiation on a specific wavelength. The reason I mention it is because the chiral shock cannon data I shared with you is the product of research that leverages this principle. The chiral radiation it generates can pass through objects without destroying them. Practically speaking, this means you can incapacitate enemies hiding behind walls and such. It should also deal damage to BTs and mechs as well. It's pretty powerful as far as ranged weapons go. You can't use it without anchoring it to the ground first, though. Makes a lot of noise, too. Gotta think before you fire. You know, even I've heard stories about Higgs and his plans. So if the chiral shock cannon helps you stop him, that'll make my day. And if you can deliver my research data to South Fort Knot, you should be able to get some new and improved tech to help you out. There's a lot of other folks on this.
Hopefully everyone else isn't having any lagging issues with my stream, because it did have a bit of a disconnect moment, like, you know, 15-30 minutes ago. Bye for now. I could not care about any more of his dialogue. I am so sorry. I'm one of those kinds of people that I read way quicker than I watch things. Like, I don't know how many of you have seen the first season of Delicious in Dungeon. I love Delicious in Dungeon. It took me like a week to get through the first season of Delicious in Dungeon, and I loved it. I then learned that Delicious in Dungeon isn't an original anime, but is actually a manga adaptation. Like, the anime is an adaptation of a manga. I found where that manga was, and it took me 1 week. It took me 1 day on the weekend to read through from start to finish, all of Delicious in Dungeon. All of Dungeon Meshi, done in 1 day.
Extremely dangerous. So if and when you take the good...
Okay, so package might explode in my hands.
Sam, apologies for the...
Oh, another private call.
Once again, I'm contacting you via our dedicated private line. No one else will be able to listen in on our conversation. I'll get to the point. Has Charlie ever behaved in a manner you felt was suspicious? I ask because his credibility, as routinely calculated by APAS, appears to have dropped sharply. Despite attempting to confirm his credentials via the UCA's National ID Registry, it does not appear anyone has ever actually met the man. It may well be the case that he does not even exist. A ghost, so to speak. I can only hope that my suspicions are unfounded. For now, Sam, proceed to South Fort Knot and put it on the chiral network as...
I reckon the president is the problem, not Charlie. I reckon there's going to be like a weird thing where the president is trying to figure out who is helping us, and then from there...
When you are ready to proceed, you can pick up your next main order from the delivery terminal at this facility.
All right. Which is Charlie's the mannequin person who talks to us through the mannequin. All right.
Unable to obtain additional data from the DHV Magellan. Updating information with data from within chiral network coverage only.
Alrighty, so... Oh, cool. Zipline is, like, right there. Then we got rear climbing anchors. Then we got this. Then we got that. Alright. Here's what I think we'll do. It might be risky, but...
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
Oh, wait, hang on. That... Never mind. Alright. I tried using the marker system, could not care. Cargo that is marked hazardous will explode if it takes a significant amount of damage in a single blow. It will also explode if the cumulative amount of damage reaches a certain point. Be sure to handle with care and try to ensure a smooth journey. Absolutely. Floating carrier and coffin board. Alright. So, here's what's gonna happen. So... Oh, we can't...
Disengaging weapons restrictions. Take care.
Yeah! I know we're doing it at a very dangerous time of the day, but hear me out. This is working so well. What? Oh, bastard. All right. Cargo management. All right. Offload. Load into carrier. We got some dangerous people on the horizon. And it looks like they have a car. So... Alright, leave you there for now. There we go. Nope. Oh, cool. That wasn't one of my packages. That was someone throwing a grenade. Ow.
Oh boy, that must hurt.
There we go. There we go. Nice try. The fuck? Oh, I see him. I see him. There we go. Hey. Himbo? Yeah, what about Himbo? Is there anyone? Oh, shit. Where is the other guy? There we go. And then, thank you for the PCC. I greatly appreciate appreciate it. Where's the next grenade? God damn it. Where's the next guy? Oh, there he is. There we go. Ah. Let's see. So there we go. Yay. Meow. Oh, there's more people. There's like another dude that's just waltzing around. Yeah, there's like one or two of them just over there. Okay. Back to stealth we go. Also, these guys have some interesting energy shielding things going on as well. Get fucked. Oh, let's get, let's destroy this thing, actually, as well, while I'm at it. Neutralized. They won't be causing more problems for us in the future. Good thing I didn't try to engage with these guys while I had, like, the equivalent of bombs strapped to me. Alrighty. Moving on. Oh, South Fort Knot. That's where we're going. So let's pick up that disaster manual. Let's pick that up while we're at it. Go. And then grab these guys while we're at it. Hopefully we don't get any further troubles trying to get to South Fort Knot. Ooh, smart drugs. I will pick those up on the way there. Cookie for Zython! Here's your cookie, Zython. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Listen to some music as we trek our way across Kojima's Fantasy Australia. Yay, cookie. Exactly. There we go. Alrighty. Oop, use filtration device. I will grab you. Lovely music. We're playing the walking simulator sequel. Alright, there it is. Go. High performance springs. Yep, we're gonna pick those up as well. Maybe we'll pick up enough things where we'll actually be able to get 2 stars with a fort with a new location. Let's see how it goes. All right, so these are. That up as well. You're still yet to complete the first one. Fair enough. So the first one has you in the United States and what have you, or the United Cities of America. Meanwhile, this one is set in Australia. So, because the way they describe it is that Australia went through a Death Stranding 2. They literally just put the title of the game in dialogue. Good on you, Kojima. The tar therapist? Never heard of them before. Pick up theirs while I'm at it. You got up to the part where the bullets are made from his blood? Ah, yeah, anti-BT rounds. Nice, nice. Those are going to be very helpful because I feel like I don't engage with the humans as often as, like, you know, you would engage with BT. So having anti-BT bullets is a lot more helpful than rubber bullets. Alrighty. Let's see how we go. Let's see how we go. Let's see how we go. Alright, hopefully there's enough battery life for us to get this vehicle into Southport. Yep, critically low battery. This ain't good. For killing those things in the rain so much easier. Beached things, BTs. And there we are.
Good day, Sam. Drawbridge credentials verified. Welcome, Sam. Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds. Contamination in progress. No anomalies detected. Welcome, Sam.
There we go. Dunk. Deliver and report. Look at all the stuff we've recovered. 1, 2... So we got the one job, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 packages returned. I swear to Christ, if I don't get 2 stars from this.
Well, hazardous materials notwithstanding, I see you got here in a timely fashion. At one moment,
Thank you.
while I confirm the cargo's condition.
Yes!
No damage to speak of? Thank you for transporting my cargo with care.
So, hazardous cargo, threat eliminations, stealthy eliminations.
This was not a delivery I was expecting you to bring to my door.
We're not gonna get enough, are we?
I'm on the...
God damn you! Not again!
Let's go ahead and connect your...
Ugh, every time! Every time! Last time you were playing, you were carrying a nuclear bomb. You had to traverse down a mountain while it rained and get attacked by BTs, and you just kept dying. I think with the bomb, you're meant to, like, throw it into a river or a tar pit. You're meant to just be like... Excuse me. Alright. Sydney. Pierre Southern. Or, is that Sydney? Yeah, I think that's Sydney. Ooh, a weapon component for the pickup off-roader. Automatically fires accelerated chiral particles at enemies within range. Slow to fire, but extremely powerful. Bringing this cannon to propulate it is strongly discouraged. Yeah, because it can kill people. Spiked tires for slopes! Yes! Oh, I've been dealing with way too many, high inclines and what have you. There we go. 6 tons of weight of cargo delivered so far. It was a delivery or something. A nuclear bomb delivery? Damn.
On the network at last, eh? I've been waiting for this moment for so very long.
This should enable me to increase the pace of my research into new defensive solutions. As for the cargo you brought me, it's the culmination of the Phantom Smith's recent efforts. I applied a few finishing touches, and voila! I can now share with you the data for a chiral cannon. It is a devastatingly powerful weapon that can be mounted onto pickup off-roaders. You'll find it deals unparalleled damage to BTs as well as ghost mechs. Which might come in handy, since it's not just armed survivalists that have been sighted recently. It's ghost mechs too. It's hard to say, but Higgs might be up to something. So that's all the more reason to have weapons suited to dealing with his minions. Ideally, this cannon would only be effective against BTs and mechs. Unfortunately, though, such firepower is more than enough to kill any human outright, so please use it wisely. In addition, I'm happy to share some new pickup off-roader tires that will significantly improve its traction.
Excellent.
You can swap them in and out as you like. I highly recommend.
What sort of research do you do here?
In the wake of the Death Stranding, we've been witness to all manner of new and unknown phenomena. The research team to which I belong has worked to classify said phenomena, that we might determine which can be leveraged for practical applications. The Phantom Smith is also one of our number. The two of us shared a mentor, as it happens. The man responsible for developing the navigational systems of the DHV Magellan. His influence is largely why I stuck. We don't yet know why ghost mechs are able to operate outside of chiral network cover. And if the underlying principles of this theory prove true, we could take advantage of them. Fortunately, the cargo you've brought may well hold the answers to many outstanding questions. I strongly suspect we'll make rapid progress in the days to come, meaning you can look forward to even more new and exciting creations.
Okay,
Thank you again for your help. I'll be sure to continue my research into ghost technology in the days ahead. I intend to look into ways of ensuring we have greater freedom of movement with our vehicles, even in dangerous areas. Any assistance you can provide would be greatly appreciated. Oh, before you go, I have a parting gift for you. A gift I was instructed to give you by my mentor. This cargo will allow you to enhance the DHV Magellan's weapon. At our man's request, I believe. I'll need some time to prepare it for transport, though. In the meantime, please avail yourself of the private room here. I'll be sure to post the order by the time you wake up. So, go on and have a good nap.
Sam, it's me. Our enemies have grown bolder.
Hello there.
But I see you are all able to...
Hi, Danny. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing all right.
Coverage now stands in excess of 85% across Australia.
Oh, wow.
We're already seeing indications of plate gate formation in the near future as well. Just a bit more, Sam. I know you and your comrades will finish what we've started. And to prepare for what's to come, I encourage you to rest in your private room. Be advised, Sam, that I've switched this call to private mode. We need to talk about Charlie.
Oh boy, are you trying to drive a wedge between me and Charlie right now?
By doing so, I was able to confirm that funding for Drawbridge was provided by none other than Bridges. Though they used intermediaries to obfuscate the transactions, Bridget is undoubtedly the source of your patrons' funds. In other words, Drawbridge cannot be considered as an independent civilian organization. Should these details come to light, your attempts to integrate Mexico and Australia into the chiral network could be misconstrued as an expansionist effort. When I tasked Drawbridge with these missions, it was under the assumption that it was a non-government operation. But I, APAC...
You're fine. You were streaming and you're playing Bubsy Paws on, Bubsy Paws on Fire. Ah, okay, okay.
Take this time to rest and recover in your private room.
Neat. Excellent. Ah!
Zython243 paid me to say have some bits cause you're awesome. Not just
Hello.
'cause I want the number one spot. Eyes emoji.
I see, because you added one more than the 100, so now you're larger than Zach Rhino. Nice work, Zython. Pray no one else gets rid of it.
Administering shock. Stand clear.
What? Oh. Hartman? How are we back here?
Where are we?
This place does wonders for my mood. The repairs to the DHV Magellan are still ongoing, so I thought to return here and see if I couldn't make progress with our Lou investigation.
Learn anything new?
Well, at the Motherhood's facility, we managed to confirm that Lou's original serial number was none other than BB00. And this is what I found when I attempted to search for associated records. To build the chiral network, 9 sacrificial BBs were prepared. However, the network's original design required only one. A
BB0.
single sacrificial BB unit, facilitating chiral communications across the entire North American continent. This approach called for what was dubbed a core bridge baby, and BB00 was a lucky candidate assigned to play this role. However, Bridges subsequently abandoned the idea, their tests having failed to yield the desired results. And so it was that the model requiring multiple sacrificial BBs...
Hey there, Nightman.
...was ultimately adopted.
Meanwhile, Lou was placed into storage for an extended period, and for reasons yet unknown, inherited the identity of BB-28.
Records indicate that the Bridges research team was responsible for the reclassification.
Were they trying to cover up the earlier experiments by falsifying Lou's production year, perhaps? Or did Bridges have some other hidden agenda?
I'm afraid that remains unclear.
Well, we now know Lou was born 11 years ago. There may very well have been a connection with Neil.
You know, my fondness for this place isn't wholly nostalgic. It has the most delightful hot springs, you see. Though, truth be told, even they aren't my favorite thing about it.
Love struck, aren't you?
If you can find the time, you should come visit. Give the old bones a soak.
Oh, a warm bath does sound good.
Perfect.
Hartman just giving us all the likes.
Traveler. Anyway, I'll see you aboard the Magellan.
Yeah, all that was just a hologram.
Do you read me, Sam? This is Tarman. I've relocated my hand at last, out there on the currents, bobbing along like before. Now that our connection has been re-established, I should finally be in a position to wrap up repairs on the ship.
Nice.
But that won't be enough for what's coming. We need to improve our weaponry as well. South Fort Knott is home to an exceptional researcher. It so happens that they were instrumental in the construction of this fine vessel, and they're preparing the latest and greatest weapons for our use as we speak. Just a few more hurdles, Sam. Access the South Fort Knott delivery terminal and take care of the main order for me.
I drank a tea. I drank another tea. I drank a third.
I dare say tomorrow may have mastered her unique abilities. She can complete the apple aging exercise flawlessly and with remarkable consistency. It's been a boon for her confidence, and I am ever so happy for her, as I'm sure you are as well. That sure looked good, Sam. That's a groovy pair of specs, Sam. Pierre Southern, to think his mentor was one could go so far as to say... I don't really...
Cool. Alright. Use the shower real quick, because, you know, we had blood on us and all that. Kojima just gotta give us the eye candy when they can. Alright. Up to the surface we go. Jet Raspberry! Thank you so much for the follow! I greatly appreciate it! Welcome, welcome! Hopefully you're having a wonderful time.
Thank you for coming.
Alright, another Neil memory. What's up?
Be after my child. You are the father.
Okay. So maybe because
departing facility.
Lose you know, Neil's and what's Mahoozies. That's why we're getting all the nonsense. Alright, where do they want us going next?
Hello, Sam. Feeling rested and refreshed?
Yep.
I finished preparing your next delivery for you. The equipment to enhance the DHV Magellan's weaponry.
Nice.
You'll find it utilizes cutting-edge technology, the fruits of our recent research. Oh, and my mentor also asked that you deliver a hearty good day to Tarman.
Good day.
Anyway.
Sam?
Oh, another
you'll
private
forgive
call.
me for using our private line again. I did a deep dive into the DHV Magellan's provenance. While it is indeed a civilian vessel that has been retrofitted for this mission, the financing for that work appears to have come from Bridget's own accounts, just like the funding for Drawbridge itself. It would be fair to say that this would make it a government vessel, in effect. Charlie was involved in all of the relevant transactions as well. This only increases the likelihood that Charlie has connections to the UCA. Of course, it now seems likely that Charlie does not exist. In which case, these actions may have actually been the work of APAC. If everything, including the extension of network infrastructure, was simply a pretext for territorial expansion, then it's plain our company has made a grave error. Further investigation is warranted, but that will require a little more time, as will the DHV Magellan's repairs, for that matter. This is a delicate situation that requires caution, and we cannot afford to ignore the threat that Higgs poses either. As such, your best course of action is to continue to undertake main orders and prioritize linking up the remainder of the continent. As always, I will contact you if and when I learn more. Don't let us down, Sam.
Cool. Deliver rock components to the Phantom Smith. Interesting that it's a weird, like, pathing like that. And then this is to get the DHV Magellan up and running. Cool. customization. We go with the spiked tires. Additional armor. Alrighty, now to get... Alright, so this will get recycled. And then... go... Alright, so he's got all the special materials, the herbal tea, the MP grenade. We're gonna recycle that real quick. Spare ammo. Damn it, no other accessories. Alright, let's see, what can we apply here that would be of use? Allow you to throw cargo containers filled with grenades, which will detonate simultaneously. A rather crude technique, but one that inflicts huge damage on the target. Flood warning, improved coffin board, faster order preparation, emergency vehicle charge. There we go.
Vehicle ready. Please drive carefully.
Alrighty.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Oh, so nippy.
Please take care.
What in the world? Oh, Dead Man.
Sam, it's Dead Man.
Hi.
Dead Man is away on the beach, so I've taken the liberty of borrowing his ha again.
Okay.
I've also been making use of my own time on the beach to scour the UCA database for answers about BB00. As I told you before, it's much easier to get around their security from here. We previously thought that BB00 was placed into storage and reclassified as BB28, and that this was done by Bridges to conceal the existence of the Court Bridge baby program from the public. However, it turns out that information was falsified, and now we know what really happened. Bridges intended to decommission and dispose of BB00, but someone intervened behind the scenes. They ensured that BB00 was spared and sent to a storage facility where it received the BB28 serial number. Per the official records, however, BB00 was decommissioned, and Bridges had no reason to believe otherwise. So, who do you think was behind this deception? Well, I determined which account was used to manipulate the BB records.
Neil Vaughn is
registered to a Bridges member with the highest level access permissions. As you may have guessed, Sam, it was the leader of the first expedition, Amelie. And she did it all just to protect Lou.
It was Amelie. I can't believe she went to such lengths.
Neither could I.
Heard that you could even meet Lou in the first place then.
So, basically going in the reverse direction now. What the? North distribute... Can't go to the North Distribution Center? Huh. Weird. That might be... This might be our next destination after we deliver the DHB to Joe and stuff. Oh. Made it to the destination in one piece. We were attacked by a Watcher en route, but Fragile steered us to safety. We'll need to be careful on the way back, so yep. Awesome. Oh, Jesus. I wasn't expecting it to jump that high. Oh, God. There's more BTs around. So where is this tar lady? Oh, she's over there. Hmm. So not nearby. Alright, we're gonna drive carefully. No. Drive, drive, drive. Ow. And I just ruined all that stuff. Hang on. Yep, reloading latest save data. I'm not making my vehicle turn to shit. Alright, get this overcharged. There we go. Oh, looks like someone's trying to make a bridge there. Okay, so hopefully they're not on the other side of this one. Alright, yep, I can go down and across, or I can stay up there and then go across. I've got many options for myself. You don't have to stick around. Morning, Infra! How's the day going? The day is going. We are getting through more of Death Stranding, because, you know, I hadn't played it for like over a week now, because I took a break last week. It's good. It's alright. It's not as exciting as, blah, 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 as Devil May Cry when I'm playing on Mondays, but, you know, I figured I've gotten this far. I might as well, you know, I might as well get it done on stream before I decide to pick up older games that, you know, I feel like are much better options. Hi there, Scarlet Floss. Have I seen the new Monster Hunter trailer? It has been shared to me multiple times. I have not had the opportunity to watch it yet. I've been kept busy with the mixture of work and streaming. It is exhausting being a full-time zebra. I'm guessing you've seen it though, at the very least. Alrighty. Am I going the right way? Yes, I am. Cool. But yeah, like, I wish that I was someone that had way more free time and wasn't like, if I wasn't working full time, absolutely would I be like playing video games more often, catching up on the media and what have you, but like, I just don't have the time. It is difficult finding the time to do like streaming first and foremost after work, because, you know, I feel like sometimes I have a lot on my plate. Like, I feel like, and it's not like, you know, I'm giving myself too much, it's just I'm reaching that point of I need to do a lot of things. Like, because it's like I need to save money because, you know, in Australia I can't be renting forever, and it would be ridiculous trying to you know, just be renting forever. So I need to save money for that, for like a home and what have you. But then meanwhile, there's also the fact that while doing that, I'm saving up money to be able to visit friends up in the United States, which is like a much more present thing that's going to happen the closer and closer Texas Fur Fiesta goes off. Meanwhile, while trying to save that kind of money, like, I'm in, you know, financial stress with the current place that I'm renting, so at some point I'm going to have to find a new place to live, and like, if I don't find a place that, you know, I can do like private, like have privacy so I can stream and such like that, I might be in a share house situation where I won't be able to stream, which I'm not looking forward to that idea first and foremost. But my lease doesn't end until February, so I have to sort of keep an eye on which way the markets are going still. And then finally, like, you know, trying to save money, trying to lose weight, trying to do a good job, trying to do a good stream, trying to keep connections with friends, both in real life and on the internet. Like, there's just so many things that needs being done. It's crazy. All right, we can deliver all that. Must be exhausting being in a zebra of such immense proportions, barring such weighty responsibility. Yeah. Oh, hi there, Nizuki! The joy of being an adult, exactly.
Gifts. Just give me a moment to check your cargo.
Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. So much work, B. Thanks for the shout out. Not to worry.
This cargo's in flawless condition. You're in a class of your
own. New music, more likes from Drawbridge. Alright, let's have a look at our stuff.
Here's a little something for you. Feel free to use it.
Nice! Tarman is available now as a hologram.
For immediate use. and look into making improvements to the other armaments as well. It won't be long now till the DHV Magellan is fully operational. Fragile and the others should be back soon too. Anyway, I'd better hurry up and see to the remaining reports.
But yeah, like, there's just so many things that I am trying to do, and
Sam,
like,
your next objective will also be
it's just difficult.
Terminal Fort.
Overall, it is just really
First
difficult.
need to link up the Southern Environmental Observatory.
Cause like,
it's safe to assume that this final step will be the most challenging yet. For now, you should rest in the private room to ensure you're well prepared for what's to come.
Alrighty. I'm not gonna go into the private room, but I am at least going to save the game here. This would be an appropriate time to call the stream here, because it is now past 10 p.m. on my side. I am like exhausted. So yeah, and what's more is like just little chat here and there where I can, because yeah, like as I was mentioning, like, you know, I'm trying to do a lot of things, like just maintain my weight, maintain my home, or not home, but maintain the apartment I'm living in, maintain work, or try and do a good job, try to lose weight, try to save money where I can for both like just my future in the like long distant future, and also for my immediate future of like going to find out if I can visit friends up in the United States. Like that is tricky enough as is, all of this while working full time and streaming. And I don't want to stop streaming, and a part of me can't either, because because I'm getting funds thanks to streaming, because of lovely viewers such as you. And if I stop doing that, then there's like a decent amount of funds that are lost from it. Like a good like $100 is gone on and what have you. So, and that can't be going into savings or anything like that. So, yeah. I know this is probably like a bit of a downer of a note to be finishing up on, but you know, that's kind of where my brain is at right now, and you know, it is what it is. So I think on that note, I'm gonna call it here, and we're gonna go and raid into someone. Let's see, who will have nice positive vibes. Let's go for... You know who we haven't raided into in a long time? Sylvixen. Looks like they're playing some Horizon Zero Dawn. So we go from one kind of adventure to another. So we're gonna go raid into Sylvixen. If any of you would like to do a raid message, be careful if you visit the US sometime. It's hectic over there. This isn't until next year. And what's more is like, I first need to save money to try and get to the United States. It is expensive trying to get to the United States from Australia. If you would, but yeah, I can talk about that kind of stuff another time. Anywhoosies, if you would like to join in on the raid, we're gonna go with the short and sweet himbo raid. If you do not have the emotes, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you would like. I am going to be using my emotes. And the next time I'm going to be streaming is going to be late Saturday night. Late Saturday night for me will be like... So imagine an hour from now, I would actually start streaming. So late Saturday night for me will be like more like the morning for some Americans. So I reckon that will be a much better time for people like Mizuki, Uki, or any of the other Americans that are lurking in the chat right now. And other than that, I would like to wish everyone thank you for coming along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you all Saturday night. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are, and hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.